Morning. Some tea on the laptop. That didn't work very well. All right. Let's get the rest of it going. Dun, dun, dun. Chair is extra squeaky today. Yep, super squeaky. All right. Wow. Actually, Starlink is behaving obscenely well. Let's get chat going here. How's everyone? Good morning, Mad Flash. How are you? Sorry, I was in the middle of something else, but we are back. We're back. Ooh, got some piping hot tea that I promptly dribbled on my laptop. I love this. I love this cup here. It's a lemon tea. All right. Well, let's pick up from where we left off ish yesterday. Um, let's open the docs on this one. This is what I'm calling mimeograph crumble. This documentation should change. We're gonna clean up the docs here. Here. Cargo wash dash X. Doc. Yeah, there we go. Let's go into lib. Copy of the cookie crate with modifications to reduce the size. All right. Let's get a link to the cookie crate. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Put that in there. Okay. Maybe we should just strip out all the docs here and say, go look at that other crate. Hmm. This is no longer needed. Feature is none. Okay. Let's change some of these. Oh, goodness. There are a few, aren't there? Uh-oh. I closed alacrity on accident. Hey, alacrity. Why can't I have both? Okay. There we go. Chat's back. That was odd. Yeah, it should be better now. That was really, really strange. Morning, Tin Man. Xenocron? How you doing? You decided to make yourself remember why you use COC instead of NeoVim's LSP. uh, so it's still almost there, huh? Oh, we're two of you struggling with JDTLS. Other things have been incredibly stable. Like I've been running the nightly for NeoVim for a long time. Right, cargo test. Let's see if that also fixes the tests. Nope, not all of them. Oh, extra and create cookie. Yes. Oh, look at those. Well, that goes away. Eclipse's JDT is not helping. Not supposed to use. Oh, the Omnifunk. Really? Huh. We have a number of these use time duration bits. Okay, 40 some, 12 failed. Let's see, that might have fixed some. Maybe not. 12 failed. Yeah, use time duration, which we're not using anymore. Your uncle asked you how to print. Told me hit Control P. He told me you can't do that anymore. Oh, nice one, Robotic Kid. That one's going in the list. Right in here. That's funny. Um, all right. Give it another test. 11. We fixed one. All right. So this one, duration hours. Oh, yes. That makes sense. They were using the time crate and we're using standard time duration. So let's go into builder first. We'll fix up those. That's builder line 16. Duration. Oh, days. Um, what's 1 day in seconds? 86,400. Okay. Line 65. Minutes. 183. Oh, here. The assert too. I don't know why they wouldn't have done it the same way. It's odd. Let's see. Let's see if that fixes those. Couple. You still have your red. We were down to 11. Let's see. Did we break anymore? Permanent. Oh, expires on cookie. Yes. Interesting that this is not included in the documentation, but it's actually tested there. If you put the little pound sign at the beginning, it's omitted from the documentation. Okay, 8, good. Now draft. Oh, what was the line? 63. 63. And what's wrong here? Oh, cookie. Did I miss this file somehow? 84. Yeah, same thing. There we go. Draft is cleared. Johannesk. Good morning. Evening. I don't know, where are you? Happy Thursday. Thank you for the follow. We're going to go into jar line 184. All right, what's the error with this? Remove. Couple in there. Okay. Oh, seconds on line 203. Yep, there we go. Says 0 there. You're from Ethiopia. Oh, yes. Welcome. Okay. Looks like lib's okay. Looks like jar's okay. Now we'll go into lib. We're almost done with this. Then we'll get back into kind of the fun bits. All right, spot the error. It's going to be here with days. Okay. Oh, and there is no expires. Spires is gone. The previous documentation had been wrapped at about 80 characters. Okay. 696. Eighty-six 400. Max age, duration. There's a constant there for that one. Look, I'm missing something there. Can we get those two before we get on to the others? Oh, good. Okay. 382. And then we'll search for expires or expiration in here just to make sure those things are gone. And why would this have failed? Oh, whole hours. Where's age? Max age. Huh. Max underscore age, yes. No function named hours, 579. Oh, okay, these, oh, we did fix that one. Okay. 579 and 580. So if this is being set to 10 hours, that's um what is it? 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. Is it 3,600 in an hour? That feels, no, that's too small. Is that really? It can't be. Oh, yeah, then times. Oh, that's right. Okay. It just, I don't know. It looked like it was so small because one for a day is 86,400, and then 3,600 for an hour just seems so small. But there's 24 of them in a day. So, all right, those are fixed up. And the doc tests, push that. Oh, and I also did some small benchmarks. Um, the size difference, it actually saves 41, almost 42 kilobytes of release WASM code. Now, all of these inlines, I don't know how I feel about these. And a lot of them are tiny. How often should we inline for WASM? The inline WASM was required to have constant time. Hmm. What's WASM fiddle? Interesting. Basically, they were saying that they saw that it was fast, but hadn't gotten to the bottom of it. All right. Now let's look for expires. Okay, that's good. Fine. Good. I think it's just those three there. Max age of 0. Okay. That no longer happens. Negative values indicate that the earliest expiration should be used, so the max age is set to 0 seconds. That's fine. Leave those. All right. How many cookies? Like at one point, I keep thinking about the change we did, which was the hash set to a list to basically a vector, and I'm wondering at what point is the trade-off worth it? And hash set versus list. This should be generic, so any language here should work. Go away. Let's say you have a list that will only ever have on average 5 items in it. Over a large number of cycles, if a single item is added or removed each cycle, you may be better off using a list. Hmm. Yeah. So you can see, yeah, once you get up to like 5 or 6 elements, and the amount of time doesn't seem to be that much more. And most of the time it's going to be for reading, etc. If we really wanted to, we could optimize it a little further. So let's have a little bit of fun with this. Where was that? We were using that in jar. So inside of jar, we've got these vectors, right, that have this cookie deltas in it. Now, these are unsorted, okay? But if we did maintain a sort, then we could actually do lookup much faster. Um, hmm. Lookup would be faster, but removal would be slower. Because removal, we'd have to slide everything over. So maybe we don't do that. Let's just leave it simple. Simple and clean. It'll also be less code, so our WASM size won't bloat with that. Oh, the other thing I wanted to check was for generics. Looks like we mostly have lifetimes in here. It's all just lifetimes. All right. And some of my lifetimes I called A. Hmm. There we go. They use C. Except for maybe this partial equals. Oh, what was that? Oh, we have an E print line in there still. That could have actually made it bigger by quite a bit, the formatting. I'm not sure though. I don't know how much that would have changed it. I think it's kind of cute. Oh, here's partial equal. We have A and B. Not touching those. Okay. I want to see this here. 244. It's not right. Hmm. Cargo update. Okay. Everything built, but the other project is dead now? Consistency? All right. Let's get this building. Mimeograph crumble. Here. Did I move it already? Oh, I did. Okay. There it is. All right, now we build it and drink some tea. He's lovely today. Where does the electric cord go to shop? I don't know. Where? Morning, Nightshade, dude. The outlet mall. Oh, nice. All right. 240? No, that's not right. Oh, production. Is that. I had that at 200 last night. If it's going to sit at. Yes, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. All right. Oh, yeah, you've seen the chat log. Out. All right. That's not too bad. It's like 30K for cookie management. Or nice cookie management. Really nice cookie management. We could try to slim it down, but given the tests and everything else, we've already, I don't know, cut it more than half. I think we should probably just publish it. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's not ready yet. This repository and documentation need to be set. Oh, maybe we should add our names to the list. 2021. Benjamin Halstead. Yep. Trying to give a huge amount of like attribution here. Because I'm quite thankful that they've spent so much time on this grade. Only for us to slice and dice it. Kind of feels. But Okay. So, I have to fix this. Repository. What is the repo for this crate? This is here. Oh, should not be private. Should be public. Save that. That, and this doesn't have any of the extra bits here. The tags. Huh. Can't do all vim commands in the terminal. Hmm. Let's see. Router. So we need categories, keywords, anything else? Documentation's already there. Okay. Categories, web programming, WASM, keywords. How about HTTP, cookie? How about WASM again? That's like precisely what it is. And do we want to change this? A size optimized copy. There we go. Okay. I think we have it all now. There we go. Mimeograph, crumble. Fly, fly. There we go. Now here we can get rid of that. And we can use mimeograph crumble right there. Fantastic. All right. Now, something else that I noticed was we're still overriding this one down here. This one we probably don't even need to override anymore, but we're still doing it. Is there anything that we didn't do for WebSys? Or that's still left to be done? I don't think so. um, there already wasn't bind gen. what is the correct version? Oh, yes, because it's not released yet. That's why. The next version hasn't been released. Let's double check that. Grace.io. Hey, Perkin. How you doing? Yeah, not updated yet. Okay. And the other one was... Oh, actually, I was... WebSys. A month ago. Okay. Let's go back one because we actually want to look at repo here. This time I look sleepy. I am a little bit sleepy. And good morning, C-Kane. How you doing? All right, so we got our PR is still no traction. 5 days, no nothing. Hmm. I mean, at what point do we start poking them? Let's see. Docs, feedback, coding help, intros. Hmm. Yeah, where should we do this? Regular help, pages help, coding help, maybe. Coding help. Hello. No. What do we have here? Okay. Ingvar, Andrew, Ashley Williams, Nicholas from Vienna. I don't know that. When it's in the Cloudflare, um, what do they call that project? Account. Oh, look, they have San Francisco, London, Austin, Lisbon, and Singapore. There were some locations on there. London, ATX. Where's ATX? Vienna. Was Vienna in the list? No. Anyhow, I know I kind of want like a little poke button, something. Let it go till next week. We'll let it go. Leave it. We'll be patient. All right. So now we should have proper cookie management. Very exciting. We're going to be doing that. we were looking at those little flash messages. So after you delete a user or, you know, create a user, things like that, should pop up something that says, hey, such and such happened successfully. And we do that by setting a cookie, redirecting you, removing the cookie, and showing the message. So we should do that. Models flash. These are our models that get serialized to JSON. Basically, I have two of them. Got one that we use for creating and one for reading. So that and I don't know that we actually need this from this one to that one. Hmm. Regardless. Where were we? We were in templates or users? Users here at the bottom, right? So here, so-and-so has been deleted. Yay. Now, one of the things that they tell us not to do with WASM is to use the string formatting if you want to keep the size down. But I haven't seen a huge difference in it. I think it's because some of the things I'm using already have it. So I'm kind of sunk into it anyways. And I wonder what this compiles down to. Right? Format. Hmm. All right. Now, what if this failed? I don't know how it would fail, but we should probably say so. How would we do that? Those seem okay. Let's go back into template, flash. So we take the flash message, cookie jar, take flash, and we convert it into a vector of flash messages. Surprise music! Oh, oh man. All right. This seems good. The one thing that we're not doing is actually storing them properly. Oh, I forgot. Here. We were over here in the cookie jar. Can encode and decode a cookie. Cookie jar. Take. Add. Our add is wrong. We need to encode it before we add it to the other jar. Okay, that should work. Once that loads up, actually, let's go ahead and clear out our cookies here. Okay, delete that one, delete this one. There we go. Waiting for build log. Ah, yes. All right, load it up. Good. Let's delete evil Halsey. Are you sure? Yes, we are sure. And here, refresh. What did that not get set? I thought we had like 30 seconds to see like our cookies. Oh, that's right, because we didn't send them. Forgot about that. I'm gonna look up event. It's at the very end of this where we go into a Cloudflare response. We didn't actually add the cookies to the headers. Well, how do we do that? Crumble. This time. Oh, I'm a teapot. Cargo doc. Open. No open. Just doc. I think we still have it open. If you haven't coded in Rust, Rust has fantastic offline documentation. You should be sleeping. Thank you for the stream. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. So here's the offline documentation, and all of the dependencies documentation's actually here. So, you know, if you're in a train going through a tunnel, your internet's down, you still have it. Crumble. So we have a cookie jar, and it has this delta method. Any changes made to the jar are tracked. The changes can be retrieved via the delta method, which returns an iterator over the changes. Deltas. Any new cookie added to the jar via add results in the same cookie appearing in the delta. Okay. Deltas are typically used to create set cookie headers corresponding to the changes made to the cookie jar over a period of time. Yes, that's what we want to do. So we basically take the result of that and do what, like a cookie to string or something? Internet's not reliable. Internet, yes, same here. That door is slow connections. Because even like docs.rs, right? I finally got on a system where it's actually a bit faster. I'm using Starlink now, and it has been much faster to be able to do things like access online docs like this. Um, but if like the family is using internet at the same time I'm trying to do something, on my old internet it would slow, and all that time just adds up. So I'm quite thankful for offline documentation. All right, where is Cookie? Cookie? Or we're going to be looking at Delta, aren't we? Delta's got an iterator. An iterator returns a cookie. So let's look at the cookie. Does Cookie have anything interesting? Two string. Okay. So they've got a two string because they implement display. So we just add those to the header. We'll collect them into a string. Does, oops, string from iterator. Okay, so we can collect into a string. Well, and thank you for the follow. Is it Taoist Chuckle? Thank you. That's it. Yeah, it took me a moment. Taoism isn't like the first thing that like that's like in the back memory. That's in like a shoebox, like way back there. But we're lucky, and that did swap in today. So you gonna be Taoist as well? Welcome. It was auto generated, and you kept it. Oh, that's great. That's great. And the cookie jar deltas. Okay. Now here, headers dot set. What do we have here? No, no, no. Get set key value are both stirs. Set cookie and the value. Let's see. This is on event, so it's self dot cookie jar. Hold on. So it is cookie jar, but we don't have access to the inner jar. We could just add a two string on that, or just get access to the jar. Okay, let's just. I don't think anybody else is ever going to need that. Okay. Maybe we should rename that to open. Hmm, that's silly. That's an iterator. We're going to need to do this to a local. The two strings interesting in that two strings implemented for anything that implements display. So it's two string, two string. Got it. But we need to join these, don't we? Do the cookies actually include the little bits at the end? The the crumbs? See, it's just name value. It doesn't actually include the semicolon and the space. Does iterator have a join? They have a zip. So we could zip things together. So at this point, we have an iterator of those. I don't know, we basically want an infinite iterator. How do we do that? I think there's an iter that always produces functions here. Repeat. So we could zip that together. Repeat. And our element, clone space, we'll collect. Cookie header. Missing one there. Oh, it's a private function. Hmm. Let's pipe the deltas through. Hey, thank you for the follow. Aleph Doro. I'm probably butchering this, so good morning. Self.jar of deltas. And that returns something of delta. Mimeograph crumble, delta. All right, a value of type string can now be built from an iterator over elements of type. I guess I don't really want zip. I want to like alternate them. There must be a way to do that. Can we flatten those? Can you flatten tuples? No, I was trying. Um, what can you do with the tuple? Partial equal. Lots of partial equal. Hmm. Basically, I'm trying to come up with a combinator that will join everything. We have a number of cookie headers that we need to set, key value pairs, but they're missing this repeat, the semicolon that's supposed to separate them. And it's okay if there's an extra one at the end, that doesn't matter. But at this point here, we end up with a tuple. What else can we do with an iterator? Mapped and flatten? Oh, maybe. or a flat map. Well, what would we map it into? Can you iterate on a tuple? We map here. We've got the zip. A, B. What would we return then? It's something that we could iterate over, right? Yes, we could transform that into something like so. Expected struct string found stir. Hmm. It's either that or we go the other direction. Zip each. So they have try from, slice. Does tuple have like a to array or anything? That would be neat on a tuple, right? To say, oh, make it an array. But no, it's all right. It wants a mutable reference in jar. Any other errors? Anything else? Looks good. That just added like 4 kilobytes, 5 kilobytes to this. It's amazing. I want to try. Okay, we're gonna do a little experiment. I'm gonna take this size here, toss that in chat, our little history. Because we could have a string and we just push onto the string. So if we did this a different way, let mutable cookie header is equal to string new. Okay. And then for cookie in value of cookie jar deltas. Push that, and we will push the separator. All right, same thing. What's the size difference? Oh, really? I can see it already. I just saved 2K. Oh, that's gonna make me cry. Okay. Hmm. I wonder how many places we're actually doing stuff like that. Do you think we could get this back under 2K if we squash some more of those? These guys here. Fold? Maybe. But I think it's doing multiple things, right? It's using. Wait, where were we? We were here. Here, let's try fold. Okay. So let's undo the delete. And we're going to say that this version, let's include the weights with it. A little experiment today. Because we have a hard limit on the size of the WASM. So we will hit it eventually. But the slower we go to hit it, the more runway we have. Okay. This one. Oops. No code. Infinitely smaller. All right. Now let's try again. Cookie header equal value dot cookie jar dot deltas dot fold. We'll pass in the string because this one's going to be really close with the other one, right? Because we're just going to be pushing stuff into it. Oh, and you'll try to set up Rust with Godot to do some SVG export import. Oh, wonderful. Now we have our function. Our function takes the accumulator and the value. Now in here, it's basically the same thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Oh, because I did. All right. This should have the same effect. Oh, we need a toString on that. You think it's the same number of instructions? You're not helping? No, I think it's a good thing to check here. It should be the same number of instructions. It might actually be a little more because we start to pull in some of the, I don't know, because this one calls iter, right? Maybe it's laid out slightly different. All right. Is it going to be exactly the same or slightly different? So did that build? Yes. Oh, look, it's slightly bigger. Wow, for loop is winning. That is also good to know. I don't mind doing that at all. Um, there's just a little bit extra. I'm guessing it's the space for the closure, right? I'm surprised it's not inlined. Well, how would you inline that? That's got to be the closure. What is that, 52 bytes? So, is there any other way we could do it? I'm surprised that the biggest one was going from here to here. That's 2 kilobytes, which is a lot. Um, so much so that we might actually try to make the other project smaller, the other one that we're using, because we did use some of those in there, I think, over here. I mean, there's not much in here in terms of this. It's a match, two string, just setting stuff up. Parsed. What is cookie string? Oh, it's a cow. You can map a cow? Oh, I know. Optimizing for binary size. That's like each one of these. If it's not inlined, because these are each cows, right? Oh, it's a cookie stir. It's an option to a cookie stir. Yeah, no, those seem small enough. I'm looking like for some sort of like large combinator. And I'm guessing we could save like 50 bytes here and there, right? Getting rid of some closures. Oh, dash Z is very nice for embedded. Actually, let's switch that up. Cargo.toml. Oh, we're on 04 for speed. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do that. It's OZ, right? Oh yeah, just like this. And it's interesting because we do have the same sort of constraints that embedded has because Cloudflare has this, 1 megabyte sort of limit. 197. That it did some, actually. Wow, nice. Yeah, it's not much. Now they do allow you to split it up and have multiple scripts, right? So you can have up to, let's say, like 30, 30 scripts, but then that becomes a different sort of management nightmare, right? Strip symbols cargo feature helps more. Really? I don't know if I can do that with WASM the same way. Actually, do you have a link to that anywhere? As here for the WASM bind gen, we have it emit less, right? For dev, we do have a little bit more, but even for release, we're using panic abort and debug. Oh, here. Cogen units 1. One more time. What else? That's about it there. Oh, thank you, Prof Elements. Oh, cargo features strip, huh? From a binary. I don't know if this will work for me because I don't end up with a binary. We can try it. Oh, this is in the unstable features. We toss this up at the top, right? And then profile.release or dev. Oh, well, first, that last change. That actually made it larger. Interesting. Failed to read cargo metadata. Is it not? So I'd have to be running the nightly version of cargo. We're not against it. I just don't know if it's going to help. Um, Rust up. Override nightly. I've already got everything else set up. I keep flipping this project from nightly and back, actually. So, um, there are some things that I could be using later too from nightly, specifically in the the Webpack config. We've got a number of we're actually using build standard to get it recompiled with like -z instead of, what do they normally compile it with? O2. So if I did that, I can actually get standard compiled with the size optimization instead. And that might save some too. So in this case, all right, so that actually does work. But we were going to play with this here. So first, let's see if this has any change. Yep, we're at 202, but now we're on the other compiler. Let's run it again. Make sure that we get a good reading from this compiler. Then we'll add the flag and see if it made a change. Size is like a thing that's constantly at the back of my head for this. So having any sort of like large win would be amazing. All right, that's almost done. Now I'm not going to save that yet because it's got to do it twice. There we go. Ah, so we actually hit 199 just by switching to nightly. Now if we add that and do it again. So, oh, that's for the dev packages. Could not compile libc. Really? Why? Say, I want this there. Is it the wrong one? Try again. Oh, you know what? It's because I have to restart NeoVim there. Okay. So that's with the strip debug info. Yeah, unfortunately I don't have a binary, so that doesn't help. However, if we go back into Webpack config, features better panic, and yeah, toss this in there. Actually, let's just use that one. Oh, it moved it to the wrong spot. There. All right. Let's try one more time with those settings. That's actually going to rebuild standard, right, with our compiler settings. So it should be with the size optimized flags. -C. This, I don't, that one didn't help us much. Well, because there's no binary. Just too bad. I would like that to work. But building standard is a really neat sort of trick that Cargo has. right there. Like, ah, that's awesome. Yeah, now we're down to 195, which is pretty cool. But I think we're gonna get more of a win from getting rid of some of more of those combinators, because there's some, I guess, low-hanging fruit there. I'll probably go through and do a scrub later for that and see how much more of an impact that can make. For now, let's go in the direction of features. So we were making modifications to the cookie handling so that we could see a cookie. Let's create a new user. Evil Halsey's back as a user. Add a new one. Let's add a super user. Just a super user. I mean, this is pretty snappy. The network on these things, it's not too bad. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer when it has to create an instance of a durable object. But other than that, it's really snappy. Let's delete this. We're going to go back into storage here. Delete. Yes. Ah, look. Now it exists. And it's a JSON little encoded thing there. Good. Okay. Now, Flash didn't show up on this page, which is fine. Let's fix that. Well, why didn't it? Let's make sure our pages are uploaded. Basically, our template definitions. Gonna reload a couple times. No? It should consume the cookie. So we have type flash here in our list of users. Where do we want to take that now? Um, hmm. Take flash. Should have taken that, given us this message here, but it didn't. How did that not work? Look at the network. When we do this request, is the cookie being sent? It's the response headers. The request header did not get the cookie. Oh. Secure false, same site none, path slash, HTTP only and host only is true. I like that they have this parsed value here. That's really neat, even with it encoded like that. Wow. That's cool. Here, let's bump the font size up there. Oh, no, not on that side. All right, there's that. Now over here. No, no, no. There we go. It doesn't really help much on the right side. And I think we had like a 30-second expiration on this, didn't we? 32. Yeah, it's already 35. Refresh. What time is it in GMT right now? 14:35. Yeah, created then. Oh, I see. We can see the created time and compare that. Expires. Max age. Yeah, that should have been expired already. Why doesn't it go away? It's expired. Oops. I created one on accident. If I close the browser and open it again, then it'll probably be gone. Huh. If we close that and open it again, admin users. Okay. Yeah, no. Yep. Good. We can edit these. We can do all sorts of things with them. Now, we're going to delete this. Yes. Ah, look at that. It did work. Invalid type. Map. Expected a sequence. Perfect. Okay. So when we add a flash message, we're actually adding the wrong type. So where do we go with that? That's going to be in event flash info. So these, we need to, with the level, we get the message, we stringify it, we build a cookie, and then we set the cookie. One thing that I would like to do is to get the cookie, right? Whatever we're about to send out, and add to it. Just so that we can support multiple flash messages at the same time. I don't know why that's helpful, but I think it is. So let's just do it. Actually, can anybody think of a reason why we might want more than one flash message at a time? I I can't. So let's change how we're reading that in the template. Because here we're saying it's a vector of flash owned. Right, this guy here. Big flash. That's not needed. All right, now we're in these mod macros. We chose mod because they actually produce a very small footprint in the WASM. Let's go like a mod. Oops, that's a minimize. That's not mod. Control structures. 0 to 10. How hard do I think learning Rust is? It's interesting question. I think it depends on what you know. Like if you're brand new to programming, it's got some extras that other languages don't have. The static analysis of the code, which helps immensely. Um, that adds quite a bit. So let's say if Python and let's call Python a 3, JavaScript a 4, C++ 7. I'd say Rust is probably like an 8 or a 9. Yeah. Coming from JavaScript, TypeScript, you also have to understand memory and how memory is used. Um, right? It's just beyond C++. I mean, C++ could be like a 5 nowadays, right? The the thing that's going to be quite a bit different, and it might not be as obvious at first, because Rust, I would say, has more little plateaus, like a learning. They have learning cliffs where you end up learning something and that gets you up the next cliff, and then you kind of plateau for a while, and then you hit something else that you don't quite understand, and you get up the next cliff. Whereas some of the other languages, it is much more of like a learning curve. Um, the other reason I'd say that Rust is like the standard library feels as immense as C++'s standard library, right? So it has breadth too. So has a learning wall to master C++. Yes, yeah, I agree with you there. Mastering C++, I do think is harder than Rust. Mostly because you have to master um, how not to fall into the pitfalls that Rust is protecting you from. Because whereas C++ has generics, Rust also has macros, and those are two things that the other doesn't have in the same way, right? Rust has generics more akin to Haskell's macros, or not macros, generics, and C++, even though it can do like an insane amount of stuff with the templating, um, the macros in Rust can do more. Where's popcorn? It's a good one. What what sort of defining concepts are you thinking about? Because it's basically um, you have structures, right? Basically, entities, objects, structures that I might call it an object. Um, there is no inheritance in Rust, so you end up relying very heavily on traits and enums. The enums in Rust are supercharged. They are kind of pivotal to the language, I think. Without enums, Rust is not Rust. Not like it is. Matching with match. I guess I could match on that then. Oh, it's just a message. All right, let's try that. Oh, while that's compiling. All right. And in C++, I never had as much fun. In Rust, man, I have so much more fun. Why is it so buggy? Well, it's easy to write buggy JavaScript code. It's so loosely typed. Right. I mean, JavaScript has its own set of foot guns. I think it's the browsers have actually gotten a lot better. Let's add some more users back. I mean, I've been programming in browsers. I've been doing web development for decades, literally, plural now. Um, no, don't save this ever. Okay, another one. Super user. We'll delete these guys. Okay, goodbye, super user. Yes, we're sure. It's been deleted. Oh, lovely. All right. Flash message. Oh, and it's got info on it. Oh, lovely. Okay, so we could decorate those slightly different. Oh, animations on scroll events and stuff like that. You find bug. Yes, yeah, that's the implementation. Right, they're not consistent across browsers. Well, this is wonderful. That's actually working. Huh. All right. All right. Let's add some more of those. Um, users. So when you post to a user, yeah, this is like the upsert. Yeah, add flash. That's what I wanted to do, but I don't know if it's created or updated at this point. We could look at the response and hope that we actually return the right response from here. Okay, let's add the flash, and we'll look at the response. Yeah. So the status is going to be 201 or a 204. Yeah. Yeah. Because if we look at our lovely little friends over here, that one's a teapot. 202 accept, 201 created, 204 no content. So If a new user is created, we should be returning a 201, otherwise a 204. Event.flash info. Do we have the email address at this point? We do up here. What's this one? Ah, the cow. I don't know. Successfully added that. How about such and such has been added? Okay. Now we need to get the right response. And that's going to be from our durable object users, user, singular. And we have post and delete. I'm guessing we do not return the right type here. Yeah, because we do not differentiate between the two existing. Let's fix that and deal with this here. So we've got all these maps here, and I wonder how much could we actually save if I didn't do these. It's definitely convenient, but all right. So when we post, we're inside of a durable object for a specific user. I gotta change this song. Let's choose a different station. The chill base station. Electro swing. There we go. Going electro swing. And because of the way that HTTP form posts work, we do not know during the post whether something is new or not. Right. We could put it in the form saying, oh, this thing existed before or didn't, but I'd rather not put it in the form. So let's deal with that on the back end. If somebody is updating a user, we've got a post here. What are we going to do? Okay, we read the request body. That's going to have the basically the user data in it. Now at this point, why use the same endpoint for both? Well, we're not using like an XML HTTP request or something like that. We're using form and just a form post. So when we do get a form post, we basically have to look up in the back end, is this new or is this an update? And if it's new, then we should see, does the user have permission to create new users? If it's an update, do you have permissions to update this specific user? Right now, we just delete the user and create it again. So, very relaxing voice. Oh, well, thank you. Now, do we actually have to do anything other than the check? Because in terms of modifying a user, I think it's really just the permissions that matter here. So what we'll do first, we'll try to get something, anything, right? And see, does our user already exist? Because if it already exists, then we know it's create. And then we can ignore this for a while until we get to the permissions bit. But we can correctly return the 201 or 204. Because I think the body of this is going to be exactly the same for these. Maybe not with the password. Yeah. I feel like we need to break this function up. It was it was written in order to create a user, right? But it might be time to split this up into smaller pieces. How do we want to do that? Because at this point, all we're doing is deleting so that we can recreate it. And the form does not get repopulated with the email. It can't. So if the email does not get sent back, okay, let's see. I would like to make one call to save data, if at all possible. So where is it? Here. We put entries here. So this JS user. Hmm. It looks like I might not want to do that. It's very convenient for a new user, but not for updating a user. Unless we load it and then copy over values that might have been updated. Is there anything extra that we need to do here? Delete is really going to be archived. So a user, when they get deleted, they should be archived. And then if they get created again, we'll flip that. So there's a number of things going on here. And, and all I want is a 201 or a 204. So maybe we shouldn't get too sidetracked with this and cleaning this up. Leave this as a little gift for my future self. All right. We will we'll try to load our data. Yeah. So the first thing we're gonna do, I guess we could load this stuff, but no. We're basically going to just decide: are we a save? Is it an update or a create? So let's go ahead and split these into two different pieces. Then we'll extract out common bits of functionality between the two, if any. So how do we know if this is a create or an update? If the email address, which is our user ID, exists for this data already, then it's an update. Oh, that's dot files. Or if you're looking for a NeoVim. Yep. Do we have NeoVim? I don't remember. No, we don't. So we could just get all of the keys. But really we just need one. So let's just get the email. Oops, too far. So we need storage first. Variable objects. Nope. There. Okay, get key. We'll just get the email. And then if it does exist, we know it's an update. Oh, you know what? We want to get two things. Email and archive. Binary, how's it going? Good morning. That reminds me of the binary song. You guys know the binary song? Oh my goodness. If you've never seen the binary song, you have to. Is it might be this one. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna do too much here because I'm gonna leave it muted. I don't want to get silenced here. Oh, we got ads. Yes. Okay. I'm looking for something very specific. Skip ads. Thank you. Everybody dies. No, it's not this one. Um, it actually might be that one, but I want the different version of it. Oh, thank you for the follow. A Skip Current song. Absolutely. I found it. All right. So, no SR. What's SR? Sorry, you got modded for cursing. All right, but this one has the binary song in it, and it is fantastic. The day that the world breaks down. I don't know. I'm kind of a yeah. It's in here. This section right here. This is just awesome. So I'm gonna toss that into chat. There you go. But the bit in the middle, there's like this fantastic little binary song. Sorry, you just reminded me of it with the binary name. It's all your fault. You're currently doing an assignment at 1:12 a.m. It sounds like something I'd do. Just feature from that, and we need to get multiple keys. So we need to give it an array of keys. Yeah. So we need those two keys. We need, and did we put that in durable object? You know what? Let's go look in our documentation. Durable object storage. Get to all. Okay. Can you tell a joke? Uh, so we do bad jokes, good jokes, but not dirty jokes. Unless they have the appearance of being clean. You know, like, what's the difference between snowmen and snow women? Snowballs. All right. All right. From from a JS value. Oh, of two. That's perfect. Of two. Actually, pull that in. Hmm. Email and archived. Oh, no underscore. Okay. They want to borrow these. Get all. That returns a result. I see. Okay. Jaeger1009. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. Right there. Off by one parenthesis. All right, now that will return. What does that return? Get all. A map. My favorite. All right. Okay. So that returned a map. So we've got this map, and what are we going to do with it? We're going to check to see, you know, is it actually, we just need to know if it's archived or not, don't we? Because the fact that archived exists means that it exists. Oh, wonderful. We can get rid of get all, get rid of that, and take this down to just that. Yep. And that returns to the value. Now that's going to be a bool, isn't it? There's a JS value as bool. There we go. Okay. All right. So if it is archived, then we're creating it new again. If it's not archived, it's an update. Right. Let's join these together. So if it's not archived, it's an edit. Okay. All right. So let's extract this out into new. Now we're returning a result to a router result here. Got it. All right. Now we need to grab the storage again. Well, we could just pass it in. We already did it once. So if it's a new user, Wait on that. What? Yes. Good. So we get the request body. We're not doing the permissions yet. However, that's too much. 4DD. Read the body. Get certain properties out of it. So if it already exists, we no longer have to return a 409 because we know it doesn't exist. Using that for anything else? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Enter the password. Then we update it, save it to storage. User list update. Let them know that this exists. Oh, interesting. Okay, so updating user failed. We should extract this piece out. So we will need to do that if somebody is updating the user. All right. So that should get us the 201. But what about the edit? Let's do an update user. Let's put this in the common code. Turn it up. There we go. All right. Oh, a new user defined multiple times? No. I like all kinds of music. All right. Email password and roles. Yes. Bail if either are not set. Email and password. That's for creating. Now, for updating user, we don't have to notify the user list because there's nothing in the user list that needs to be updated. Although we probably should. Grumble. Okay. Um, let's do that. Whoa, whoa. Where's... Oh, I went too far. It's gone too far. All right. We're going to deduplicate some of this as well. So in here, after we make the request, there's the result. We will eventually return this result. Maybe. And we're going to notify the other one that there's been an update. So here's a list update. So if we get a success here, they will have already returned us this. So if there is not a success, let's just do it a little different. If success, then we return result. Otherwise, we have to delete this user. Oh, I guess that's a terrible idea for an update, isn't it? That is a terrible idea for an update. All right, scratch that. You failed to update your password. Your account's gone. That would be awful. All right. Yeah, what are we going to do for this piece? Um, so on success, yes, we'll give the 204 that we oh so desire. Otherwise, return the... Technically, we're not going to roll it back, though. What does update user list actually send? Storage to object. Raffruff. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, we send the whole thing over there. But what do we do if we can't update it? Or if we update it, but we can't update the list? Do we try again? I'm not sure. All right. Let's we'll think about it a bit more later. The problem with reverting is that we don't know what the values were. Oh, oh, we could. We could load this object up ahead of time, try to make changes. If that fails, well, no, if the list update fails, then we revert it back to that other thing. But what if that fails? That's like just snowballing. All right. So we get those out of the post data. Now what do we do? Um, Email's not going to change, so we don't need to do anything there. The only thing that can change would be your password or the roles. We're going to do these independent of each other, or we will have an on object that we add to and later save. How do we save? Put entries, whatever this JS value is. It's a JavaScript value. Morning, Perkin. Oh yeah, we got the cat jam going on. JS value. I guess I really want a JS object. There we go. And then depending on if these are set, like in this case, uh, first let's make sure we call that. So we get all of the rules. What does get all return? Not that get all. Our post data get all form data. Are we using form data? We're using post data. Here, a vector of stirs. You're actually molding? What? What is molding? This form data. Okay, fine. What rolls equals that? Now, if we have a length, if it's not empty, okay. Mad and balding, molding. I've spent hours trying to debug JDT. It was because its workspace folder cannot be under the project root. Oh, wow. Wow. So we actually have to take those roles. Actually, what's our roles in here? Here. We end up collecting this into an array. I'm sitting here looking at this thinking, how much how much weight is there to that? What was it? String from. So we have to convert it into a string, and then that string can go into a JS string. Huh. The trait bound string, asref JS value not satisfied. Oh no, what are we actually collecting it into? It's a vector of strings. Why does it need this map? Isn't roles already that? That's a vector of strs because of the references. Uh, yes. Okay. We actually want to go into something else. So we have a JS array, and we want to add elements to it. So first thing we're going to do is create a new array. Array new for role full. Push a JS value. Okay. And now we set that on JS user. Okay. Now we've set roles on that JS user, and here we'll update them. We have not done anything with the password yet. If password is specified, we should be able to map or match. This is more of an if let sum, isn't it? That's better. No. We need some sort of password check here. I don't know. Do I really care? I probably just care that there's a decent length on the password. Can there be no password? I guess. Here, let's toss a little fix me on there. Future love note. Okay. Is this on GitHub? Portions of it are in SourceHut. Yeah. I've got stuff spread across both SourceHut and GitHub. I like the minimalistic nature of SourceHut. All right, well, if password's passed in, we're going to update it. Um, but that means we have to do two things. We got to solve for the password. We basically got to get this stuff here. So we have to return the password hash and the password salt. Wait, what? Yeah, we use a random value. So if you ever update your password, we will create a new salt for it. That seems reasonable. Or return two things here. Okay. Hey, bearded superhero. All right. Was it the password salt? Yes. The password hash. Are these both vectors of U8s? Yes. Oh, what? Oh, where do we use that? Here. Does it need to be async? It does. Okay. And we got it in the right order, right? We're returning the salt first and the hash. Good. Okay. Now up here, update user. We salt it, and then we need to set those on the, we need to do more of this here. JS user. We're going to be setting, what is it? Password hash, password salt. Yep, it's on the user, so it must be those. Oops. All right. Now, how do we take a vector of U8s to an array? Can we just call convert on it? Hey, good morning, and thank you for the follow. Is that Liam? I got rid of convert, didn't I? Yes, we did. Did we have anything else for converting stuff like that? Errors, stats. Mm, object get, not really there. Okay, it looks like it's gone. All right. Well, a bad joke. All right. Well, you can do them, or we can. Um, and if you do one, we'll actually save it to the list, and eventually our bot will tell jokes. What's a pirate's favorite letter? You would think it was R, but it's really the C. Yep, that happened. That happened. Now, what else we have here? See, I think I want some conversion functions, right? Because this, we've got a vector of U8s. We need to take it into an array. We go to vector here from JS value. And this doesn't really have anything here. Huh. So we either have to add those one at a time, which would be a mess, or actually, what are we? Oh, we need to start a WASM bind gen, right? New value. And we'll give it the value. This is password salt. Yeah, returns a result. That's fine. Oh, that is so useful. Huh. I think I want nice versions of that too. Hold on a sec. Hmm? Did you eat breakfast and brush your teeth? Go to breakfast. All right. All right. So password hash. I like this here. I don't want I want that. I might actually start relying much more heavily on that. Here, let's think through this. Um, Here we have post data. We ended up parsing this thing. You're at 7 cameras now. Rendering your AR simulation in Unity. Oh wow. Why so many? So you can like see behind you, so like what? I think from start for this makes sense. Get all is empty. Now, could I have done the opposite here where we had just here, just roles is an array, and we say Saturday wasn't bind gen to value from roles. Incompatible types. Oh, it takes it to a JS value. Huh. One renders a simulated environment. Oh, per eye. Sounds interesting. It's cool. All right. I'm going to scan this file. I want to see if there's something else that I can use the Saturday WASM bindgen to convert with. See these simple conversions? Not through Saturday WASM bindgen. Too many function calls. Okay. So we get the post. Guess it's possible that you remove all roles, isn't it? Should probably do that anyways. Oh, there it goes. Put entries. That looks okay. New user. Those are expected. Okay. Random values for crypto, yes. Unit data array. Yeah, those straightforward. What about in here? It's a JS value into a response object. Okay. So in this case, we storage to object. Yes. Now, why do we convert it into a map? Oh, because well, it is a map. The map.toObject. Where's that? Yeah, we did that. Okay. So we take the map into an object in order to be able to stringify it. Then we create a post and we send it to the list to update. Okay. Looks reasonable. One thing that we're not handling in users in the post is what if it's a 500 or something else? And
I brushed my teeth.
Delete this guy. Are you sure? Yes. So-and-so's been deleted. Now we'll create him back and see what we get. Oh, so-and-so's been added. Yay. Let's update them to user. They've been updated. Oh, that's lovely. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, I like how that's working out. That it's kind of snappy. Oh, this isn't even. I guess it is release because we're working around some other bug. Let's check on that other bug that we're working around. We're working around a bug in this guy. Nope. All right. No updates. Oh well. Okay. Close some of these. So now we've got users, right? Now we have to add permissions. Who has permission to actually do this here? Oh, and what happens if I do like a new on that with the same one? Well, then it looks like an update, right? Yeah. So, how do we do that? Do we want to create a login first? Maybe we should log in. Like have a session login, session logout. Just some endpoints so that um, the cookie setting and everything signing can actually be done. We can check and validate that you are who you say you are. Yeah, let's do the login form first. So where are we going to create the login form? Pages. Do we have one already? Oh, we do. Login. It's got something of type login. Hmm. Okay. Great. So where did that post to? Did it post back to login? How about you post to session login? Okay. And then lib. There's login. Here we go. So if you post to login, guess it could just be slash login, log out. Oh, all right. Yeah, let's go back to the template. We'll leave it right there. I don't know. There's something about having this this template that can be on any page. Um, be so specific to that. So that's going to be in session. So I want that to be separate. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Larampus. Oh, and our glitter is stuck on the screen. All right. So we'll post to that location. Oh, and thank you. Is it El Costa or I Costa? My font is horrible. All right. So what's the first thing we're going to do when we receive something like this? Let's rename this to event. Here, save that, rename that. Read the post data. Make sure they have email and password. If not, then we say that the route wasn't handled. That's not a good experience. I mean, it'd be nice if they could, could they wouldn't have to fill the form in again, you know? But they're posting to this location and we don't know where they just came from unless we look at I guess is that included in the headers? Location? Oh, that's response headers. Refer. So we could use a refer and send them back. But then how do we get that same data back? We could stuff it in a cookie or something else. So it's really just the email address. The template's not going to have access to like path information, stuff like that. So we could maybe do it with query data. Unless, of course, the refer had query data. I guess we could stuff it in the cookie and send it back. And then the login form could look to see, do you already have that? All right. So the first thing we do is we need to set a cookie for email. Moment. All right. So event dot cookie jar add. We're going to add a cookie. I feel like this should have like a common set of, I don't know, easy to build things. Because uh, what else is on cookie? Oh, is cookie not there? Import cookie then. There's security, domain, all this extra stuff. And I feel like all of that should be in one place. So let's add something to cookie jar. How we can do that. Right now we have new, take, add. Let's rename this to add cookie. So if somebody needs to override something specific, maybe go that route. Ah, we need a cookie. You know what? Let's specialize this. Good morning, Curious Dave. How are you? We're going to do our own cookie because we're going to save a little bit of time copying a cookie. Should we do that? Probably not. Build name value dot. All right, now all the special bits. Domain, yada, yada, yada. You're using WebAssembly using Rust? Yes, absolutely. Rust actually compiles very nicely to WebAssembly. The tooling is great. It is fantastic. Okay. This should have just, oh, and duration. What's the project type? How do you run it? Uh, so you can run it using a Node. You can run it using a browser, or you can run it in something that can run WebAssembly like WASM time or um, WASMer. Hey, Johannesk, you don't understand the requests. So basically, here in the browser, I do it is actually loading very, very little. Okay. Oh, it's like it crashed. My dev setup crashed. That and I have compilation errors now. But basically, I do everything on the server side. right? And just send very thin HTML to the client. And the reason for that, the reason, it's still gonna, here we go. The reason for that is to have a very quick kind of browsing experience on the client. Given the enormous amount of like CPU power that the web workers have, I'm going to take advantage of that, right? It's extremely cheap. It's serverless, right? So you only pay for what you use. And so I'm going to run a small amount of WASM code in the Cloudflare web workers to do all of the heavy lifting. That should be fast on any device, right? Because it is going to be so simple. Right? If I turn off Dark Reader, watch your eyes. Right? When we reload this, you can see that we have some style sheet information um, and just very basic HTML. We're going to be adding a little bit more complexity to that with some CSS in a bit. But so far, it's just brutally slim on the client side. The browser hardly has to do any work. Oh, curious Dave. I'm not really interested in C Sharp at the moment. So I haven't, but I've used C Sharp in the past and it is a fantastic language as well. Yeah. Rust is my langue de jour. So we're going to add cookie. Let's just call it add. How is Blazor C Sharp .NET thing? Is it a convenient experience? And how big are the files it produces? JSON value, and we do need a duration. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, now we have them all in the same spot, so I can come back and make changes to that. Expected struct cookie found code builder. Yo, there we go. Explicit lifetime required. For name, static is required. Oh, but it needs to be static. Really? That should go into cow just fine. Running their template app takes about 2 to 6 data from the server for the first load. Very easy to get started. Well, that's good. All this time you thought we were running WASM in the browser. No. I'm trying to keep it all on the server side. Hmm. Aw. I hope that doesn't happen. Is Silverlight really dead? Oh, why does this want here? This cookie gets added to this jar. This one is static. Why? Oh, because Delta cookie needs a static. Okay. That means that these should be strings or cows. Because if they're cows, we don't have to worry about that. Of course. You owned. Into owned. That's it. There we go. You're a big fan of C# and .NET. Well, being a big critic of Microsoft. Oh, that's funny. All right. JSON value. Just toss some intos on that. Oh. Oh, that's because this is failing. Add cookie. Now in this case, dot. We want to borrow that. All right, now we need a duration. All right, now add cookie. Should do one other thing here. Oh, much better. The value. Value should be encoded. And to do the encoding, basically you do an encode URI component. I don't want to have to copy the cookie in order to do that. Hey, fanboy7002. Supercuber, how you doing? Oh, mentor. How do I structure my projects? You're learning Rust and building WASM. Website, but not WASM. It's native. Use Rocket. No, absolutely. I think that would be a great one. Here, I'm gonna add that to our list, and I will make one of these. Basically, the idea here, let's add one. So I'm gonna go ahead and take that there. Now, now, do you want this specific to Rust or to WASM? Like WebAssembly stuff? Because this project here is actually very, very specific to Cloudflare. Um, and building WebAssembly projects for something like this is actually a little complicated, but if you're just doing WebAssembly in general, it's not nearly as complicated. So I'd be very happy to do one of these. Now, it'll take me a couple days to do this, so I'm going to put it on here, and then I'll record something, probably off camera, and post it to YouTube. But I will probably message you on Twitch once it's up there. Oh, not WASM. It's native. Okay. Yeah, I can go into a bit of that. That sounds good. When should you use cow? Oh, that's a fantastic one. Um, so I am trying to avoid monomorphization by the compiler. So if I was using some sort of T here, right? I could say maybe this here would be a T instead of this cow. Okay. And if it was T, then I could say, oh, well, you know what? We're going to do this where T is into string or something like that, right? So it could take a string, it could take a stir, anything that could go into a string. And then here I would for each different type of T that is built. And that's going to bloat my code base. Okay. um, Now, because I don't want to increase the size of my WebAssembly, I'm avoiding the generic. So I'm using cow to avoid that. So I can have basically things by reference or by string. And then it can basically live via borrow or by ownership all the way through. Um, you'll see that sometimes I have to turn it into an owned item, like in this case, but it's not always the case. So that's why I'm using a cow here. It's very, very convenient for this. And that in some cases, I have borrowed strings. In other cases, I have owned ones, like the value here. For the cookie name, it could probably always be stir, right? Even a static stir. Oh, whoops. No, that goes over there. But the value might not, right? So to avoid the flip-flopping and the potential accidental heap allocation, I'm using the cow instead. Cow from JS string is not supported. Oh, it does encode you, or I can put it. Ah, it returns a JS string. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Sometimes I take them off in order to copy a joke. So original ribbon. LMN. Oh, your last one. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Cliff can't code. Thank you. Your last one, Riven, was, if I'm going to be frank, I'd have to change my name. All right. What else do we have? Login post. Yep. Okay, that's still because of these errors here. Oh. Yes, we're restoring this. Get the post data. JS string. We have parse. Now, what does parse take now? A vector of U8s. Where else do we use this? So, read body. All right. Yeah, that should be enough for login. Probably something much less than that. There. 512. So where does body come from in this case? Body. Ah, interesting. I want a utility function for this. Are you jumping from warp to the millisecond of releases? Why are you waiting? Is it for async? What's new in 0.5? It already compiles on stable, right? Or is that, I thought it already compiled on stable. Okay. All right, we're gonna have a from. Yeah, compiles on stable. Okay. How does it do async? Two pretzels were walking down a back alley. One was assaulted. I don't remember. I haven't in a while. Although we have used Rocket as a bit of inspiration for quite a bit of our stuff here. For our routes, like so. This is modeled after the Rocket source. So we've been through their source code quite a bit. Oops. There we go. So let's add a read body to event. Yeah, that's why you mentioned it. Oh, oh, they started off as the rocket ones. Trust me. Yeah, there's a strong strong inspiration from Rocket there. So we can even do things like this, and then have you know, like so. We don't do type conversions, right, from string to other types. Um, but you can also have wildcards and glob. So all of that works. Um, oops, forgot this piece. How web dev ready is Rust for making like Rust inside of web pages? It's not that Rocket's missing it. It's that I needed it to be tiny and it needed to run inside of a Cloudflare web worker. Oh, backend? Oh, it's more than ready. It is very ready. Yeah. And a good resource for that is actually are we web yet? .org. So this is a wonderful site for that. Yeah. Thank you, Supercuber. Orms, I actually like SQLX here. That one works really well. It's got async, all that. Um, was assembly. Yes. All sorts of stuff in here. Fastest link in the West. Absolutely. Async function. How did I learn to code? Um, Mostly by rote. So when I was very young, um, I, yes, I wanted. So my friend had an Atari, right? Anybody here actually own an Atari or play an Atari, right? Like when they were a kid? Well, when I was a kid, I wanted one, but we didn't have the cash for it. So, not that old. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we didn't have the cash for it, but Radio Shack you could still walk into. And so my mother found um inside of a Radio Shack this thing called a Radio Shack Color Computer 3. All right. And she got one of these. It was like $100 at the time, which was a lot. And got one of these and a book that had the source code for 100 games in it. So the book, it had this little cartridge that you'd plug into the side of this, and and I would just copy the source code in, and it was like a basic derivative, right? It was a ton of fun. And so for an entire year, I would, whenever I wanted to play a video game, I would copy it out of the book into the thing, and I would leave that thing on all the time because if I wanted to switch games, I'd have to turn it off, and I would lose that one. But for my next birthday, she actually got this thing over here, right? And you could record your source to an audio cassette, and it was fantastic. So that was my first introduction to programming. I must have been about 10. Um, and from then, a lot of just self-taught. So I taught myself C, HTML, JavaScript, all that. At one time I wanted to implement a JavaScript interpreter, and I did that in C. I got okay. It made it far enough that it was fun. It didn't end up completing the whole thing, but it was nice. Oh, now it's odd. They say smoking kills, but it cures salmon. That's a good one. I like that one. Yeah. Learning to program, finding a mentor, things like that. That makes a big difference if you have somebody that you can bounce ideas off of, ask, what did I do wrong? How do you do this? I got stuck. Please help. Right. Exorcism.io is fantastic. All right. Why is this here? Is this used by anything? Oh, that's mimeograph Cloudflare. Yep, that's fine. You played on Commodore? And your first programming was on a Mac Power PC in Turtle. Oh, yes. That's great. Basically, I want to be able to reuse this. Do we put it on post data or on event? If we put it on event, then we just have some function like um, you know, read post data or something like that. Post data. That'll return a crate to an optional post data. Great result. Well, where was it? Here. Max size. Let's see the size limit. Should that be a U size? What's this supposed to be? Read body. Oh, I grabbed way too much there. Let's go put that back. That goes there. Event post data 1024. And what if it doesn't exist? What do we do then? Set up the request to the. Oh, we actually need to clone that? Oh, I see. Yeah, here. That's too bad. I mean, maybe we can go back, or we can serialize post data. Oh, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, you got an M1 iPad. Yes, we've come a long way. Wow, that's pretty crazy. My braces are not, they're not matching. I don't see it. Cargo check. Oh, did I have one extra? I still don't see it. Unclosed delimiter. Mismatched closing delimiter. Oh, I see it now. That one. There we go. All right. Now in this case, this will be an okay none. It's going to be a self. Read body. Match the body. Return okay none if it doesn't exist. If it does, give it a sum with a size limit. We await the result on that. Then we parse it and return it. Okay. Bubbling out error otherwise. We need some way to be able to serialize the post data. Because at this point, we've parsed it, but we should serialize it. This body here, it needs to be something else at this point. Use it so much for work and play. They could quite easily make the case for such an investment. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, what I was saying is this match here will eventually bubble through and we'll get a 404 on that. Thank you for letting me know. I really, really appreciate it. Um, all right, we can get the post data here. We're not going to, in this case, the body. What is that body allowed to be? Some JS value. Really? I thought there were different versions. Hmm. Nope. Okay. To value. The post data. Okay. That'll result in a that'll result in a result. No. Well, it's a JS value. We still need these to be a proper JS value. It needs to go into serialize. Does that not exist? Stringify. Oh, stringify. And stringify returns a JS string. Okay. Now, that's pretty cool. However, it's not correct because now we have this request body going into the users. Right? So now we have to modify users, the durable object user, wherever the post was. So we get the body here, request.body, where we get a vector of U8s. Actually, this should not be that. Now that we've actually converted it into um, something that's JSON, oh, this is going to be neat. Because that's a request. And request has the mixin for JSON on it. So we can get an object back. And they'll stringify, they'll parse it before we even get it. That's great. Okay, it's not a readable stream. Don't have that. Well, let's say this is post data. And when we get that post data from value, oh, JSON results in a result. Okay. This expression has type WASM bindgen JS value. What if that fails? It's basically that last okay. Wait, let me think about this. So we got this JSON here. Request.json returns a result of a promise that returns what? Let's look at the docs here. Oops. In a new tab, return value, a promise that resolves to a JavaScript object. And errors when Interesting. Huh. Result of parsing the body text as JSON. So that then this await should then be awaiting a promise. But we have result at that point. Oh, it's a JS value, and that JS value is okay. Yes. Problem is that this here could be an error. Oh, what do I use? I'm using COC. So I just navigate to them. I'm using the go to next error, and then it just hovers. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, and that's part of Conquer of Completion. If you're using like VS Code has exactly the same thing. And I think JetBrains, their ID has something similar as well. You can even get it working in Emacs if you squish the right butterfly. So I'm confused here. We have this JSON being called, right? We have to unwrap it first because JSON might not actually exist and might not be able to return a promise, right? But if it does return a promise, then we await the promise, right? JS feature from always returns a result, right? So, well, it always returns a promise to a JS value, but that's not pointing to like an error or anything in the internal piece. I guess it is, isn't it? But I don't think that our result from the promise is. Because if it throws an error, it should be in the JS value, shouldn't it? So maybe that last try there should be an okay. But we should also be able to get the JSON parser if there was one. If there is no content, then what do we do? Hmm. All right. In theory, that's it. That should be going into the right type there. All right. Now, hmm, we're gonna do some easy ones, clean up some errors here. Well, warnings. Oh, that's right. We were working on login until I got sidetracked. Okay, back to login. We're gonna have to test the other one. I'm concerned that something just went wrong. We'll have to see. All right. Event. Now, the whole reason we were doing this was to be able to reuse that code. 512. We need to convert this into a different type here. Or just pass that through. In this case, what a result handled. See, we actually want. Oh, actually, it's event dot. We added some cool stuff to this. Um, so these, in this case, they're not handled. But here we do want to handle it, and we want to say that things went poorly. We pass event through. But first, response.status. Is that a method? What is that? Option to use 16. We can call set status on it and set body. Oh, it's an option. Oh, fine. We'll return that. Good. Now we have our post data. This is some old code. Let's write into from option. Oh, that returns an option. Yeah, if either of those don't exist, Then, yeah, bad result. Okay. So yeah, we're returning. See, this should be some sort of error. All right, we should redirect them back. Oh, absolutely. We are using Challenger Deep. You can find more info there. There's all sorts of configs for many different systems with that theme. You're welcome. You're welcome. Postdata.get. What does that actually return? A string. A reference to a string. So why don't we just copy it later when we need to? Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Get email and pass out of email and password. Email and password out of the form data. Mm. I guess we could do that only if the login fails. All right. Fetch the user. No, this is wrong. This is very wrong. Now, what's the better solution here? Do we ask the durable object for the salt and the hash and validate them here? Probably. Okay, let's get rid of that. We're not going to get the user yet. Oh, I guess we have to because we need the salt. And then we check to see if it exists. Okay. We always need the salt. Always need the salt. Absolutely. How's it going, Journey in AI? Where do we actually get? I need something like this. Let's rename username. Okay. check my timing. Okay. We do not need a knit here. So we just need to get that without the options. So we're just doing a get. That goes away. Now we await this. What is this fetch here? Can we do a JS future from fetch? Because fetch with path, that should return just the future. A result to a promise, okay. And we're unwrapping there. I don't know why that would ever fail. Wait for that. And then what? That gives us that back. We have a JS user. All right. Mimeograph Cloudflare. Digest with stir and U8 array. What kind of error can that return? The promise to a JS value. Do we really need that? Can't we just... Yeah, I thought we did that. Okay. All right, so if they are equal, fantastic. All right, password hash and actual hash. We do not want that as a JS string anymore. It should be a vector of U8s. So if that's a JS value, let's do from value on that. Oops. Can I compare vector of UI with unit? Hmm. All right, now if we do log in, where do we go to? Right? I feel like there should be some place that we actually redirect to. What else? So in this case, we do that, and then we go back to where you came from. And what's the location of that going to be? Event or request dot headers. Okay, so we headers is a function. Then we call get. That returns an option to a string. Now, when we do log in, right, what headers are we sending? Refer. When would that actually error? Hmm. Hey, my marmalade. How are you? I've got like 5 more minutes. Hmm. What's up? We are working on login. We've gotten Flash and redirect working. Um, we reworked, refactored user editing and adding, so those work correctly now. We're going to redirect to the refer. Oh, this is Rust. Okay. So we store the email, redirect back if your login is incorrect. Let's see. Oh, it might actually compile. Oh, okay. Create a cookie with signed permissions. That way, any of the other APIs that need to know what permissions you have can validate them. Say cancel. Let's go back to login. Oh, actually, users. Okay, let's turn Dark Reader back on. I must do sports. No, no. So we have super user. Let's edit super user. I'm going to set the password. Save that. Now let's go to login. I always sit there. Well, sometimes I stand here. It doesn't actually look all that different. Like my position might be a little closer though. It's a wrong path. Oh, missing field email. Okay. Well, that was odd. Does login template not have that? So we have email there. Email and password. Missing field email. Okay. Well, that's handy. Where's this? I don't know where this is coming from. I mean, post dated I get. That's an option, right? To pass through there. Maybe it's coming back from the user. Do I use D package for login and authentication? No. We have we're using the APIs that are available to us from um, the environment. So we're basically having to roll a lot of this ourselves. Do I have Instagram? No, I do not. I mean, let's face it, it would just be pictures of code. And maybe goats, but mostly code. We just have like code like off, like what's maybe a Dutch angle, and maybe code. Oh, this is not OAuth 2. No, this is just a regular login. Okay, I don't know where the error is coming from. Unfortunately, I gotta go. So we're gonna see who we can raid today. Hmm. I'm the only one doing Rust? Lies. Somebody else should do some Rust too. All right. Well, thank you. We're gonna raid. I'm waiting for the ad to finish before we jump into this one. All right, I got 8 seconds. Um, let's see. I see Jessica Mack, Classy Cat. Oh, what's Max doing? Oh, and go. All right, I found some rust. Now, we'll see how this goes. Because I don't know exactly how it's going to go. So, until next time, y'all. Um, we'll wait for the countdown before I say goodbye, though. But thank y'all for hanging out. It's been really good. And we got our first mentoring thing. So I'll try to make a short video on how I set up my projects. So until next time, bye bye.